All right, I think we are good to go. So, uh, let's go ahead and get on into it, and we'll get started. So, I'm gonna have to pull this picture up real quick. Okay, so this is the picture that I generated of a cabin. So, what I'm thinking right now is for the windows, I'm kind of thinking we need to do something like Grost, or not Groston, but Flametal for that. So, um, yeah, it'd either have to be Groston or Flametal or a mixture of both to get that kind of curve. I don't see much else, but I think those windows are probably going to determine the scale of everything. So, let's figure this out. So, yeah, I'm not seeing anything in the extra assets, so it'll have to be Frost and Flametal. So let's go ahead and whip up a prototype for this. So, let's see, we've got. I gotta make sure I got the build on. Okay. Alright. So we're gonna start with. Let's do a Flametal pillar to start with. We'll need something like that, and then it looks like about twice the height. So this is actually gonna be a pretty good sized cabin. Alright, so we've got that. We'll have that. Alright, that part is looking pretty good. Then it looks like we've got a slightly offset arch here. So let's go. It looks like I almost want to say this is only. I think these are 2 meters. I think we're gonna have to take a 1 meter on top. Thing like that. We'll take that out of there. Okay, so that should be about right. Now the hard part is going to be getting this arch right. Definitely gonna have to be the big arch for the upper portion of this. Then we'll use. I guess we'll have to use. Alright. I want to use Flametal if I can, but I'm not sure how to get this. Not sure how to get that connected. So I think what we'll have to do is we'll go. Let's take it down a meter on each side. We'll go up from there. We'll take this out, and then, okay, so now all we have to do is we have to get these 2 Groston arches to line up on the bottom, yeah, bottom one here. Something like that, I think. And then if we embed that into the wall, and I think that should be pretty good. Alright, and then we'll just put a Small pillar. You'll have to do one of these. Okay, so that's not great. Um, hmm. So the window's looking decent though, so I might just. I think I'm kind of okay with that. We'll have to figure out how to cover that. It looks like we'll have to do some kind of a wood trim on there, so we'll figure that out. Let's use these smaller arches. And then we'll just take these only snap bottom center, top center. So let's go something like that. That. Well, I think that's about as good as we're going to get. So now I'll just extend this a little bit. Let's see. Alright, well that's unfortunate because that was... it. Alright, let's get this straightened out first then. Alright, so we'll do something like that, and then I almost want to take... I want to take that other one and do the same. Alright, so if we do something like... something like that. Yeah, I think that works. Alright, now we'll just take the frosted arch. Bottom one. Want to move that in. Yeah, it's not pretty, but it'll work. Okay, so now we just have to... where's my stuff? Alright, let's see, we're gonna need... hand hammer and a blueprint rune. Let's put... okay, let's start with putting some, snap points in. Down here. I don't think I dare snap into anything else because this is gonna be real weird. Alright, so we'll probably just start with that. I think that's looking good. Go ahead and add that. Save that as Well, let's call this a peaked window. Alright, I think that's looking good. Now what we want to do is line this with wood so we can actually stick it inside a cabin. So, I think from the looks of this wood, kind of feeling I almost want to take some of these, the tree lugs won't do anything, but there is... Probably going to end up building with these diverger poles and trying to hide the banding. Because I don't know how else I'm going to make these posts on the, especially in front of the house and holding up, or what looks like is holding up the house, or the eaves rather, on that, right below that second level. I think that is going to have to be some pretty thick wood, especially given the proportions of this window. So I want to try this with ash wood, but I'm almost tempted to run it with a like a wood plank. Plank might have a little better results. So let's try the ash wood first. I think that's going to be... Actually take an ashwood window here to get our snap point so we can be uniform. Honestly, I'm okay with that one. Okay. Something like that should work. Let's do the same on the back. Alright. That should do it. Yeah, I think that shows enough. So now we'll get this ashwood in here. Alright, I think that's looking good. Go up another tier. Now is the fun part. Where do I come out more? I'm gonna pull it out. I'm gonna stack more of these on top. I think that ought to do it. Let's try that. That'll be still touching, so we're good on support. And that is in front, so that'll at least... That should help with hiding all of this stone nonsense at the top. Alright. One more layer there. One more there. There we go. Alright. Let's get this going in there. It's still not far enough out. Not on the top of it. There we go, that's better. Beautiful. How's this one? Looking good. Alright. So that is looking how we want it to. Now the question is, how do we do that round portion? I don't know if there's actually any round assets. Portal. I don't know how I would make that work though. No. I'm wondering about maybe... I mean, that's kind of cool. I think I could... see. Yeah, why not? Looks good enough, I think. Just, Alright, that didn't work very well. I think what I'm going to do is I will... get rid of all this and just copy that front portion. We'll snap it. I will just snap it there. Okay, so we got that going, and we'll snap that point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Add this, and this will be go H. Wood outline is Ashwood. I don't even know what the ornaments are. We'll just call them ornaments. Alright. So now if we take this, so that's a little bit, oh, because those are not straight. Okay, well that's fine. It just means I have to flip it the other way. That should work. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so there's a window for us. Alright, now we're gonna have those, it looks like a curved balcony out front. Alright, let's add this. I think I'm going to have to We'll take... Yeah, so this will give us a little bit of tie-in. Alright. Alright, that will give us something to build the frame off of, so let's do... We'll do snap points here, here, so we can snap it on either side of the wall. I think this is going to have to be, if we're doing any cabins with this, we'll have to do them double wide. But actually, now that I think about it, the top floor here is vertical planks, which means probably diverger beams, unless I want to... Well, it could work if I stand up the core wood. It would make it easier to freehand a rounded balcony, so that might be a good way to go. But I think let's start with this. Start that over. Alright, so we got snap points. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. Okay, we'll have to deselect that one. Okay. Then we'll add this. And we'll save it as... Alright, so that's our wood only. And then I didn't add these. I don't know why I even bothered putting them in. So let's get rid of those. We'll add snap point markers here, here. But I don't actually want the window snapping to anything. I only want the frame snapping because that's where I'm going to be building. And then we will... Honestly, I can just deselect all that. Okay, just deselect that. And I think all of this should be good, so we'll add this as window peaked. Okay. Alright. We're looking good there. I'm gonna... Can't eat anymore. Alright, well that's fine. So where are we situated? This almost looks like swamp, but without the rain. So we might have to put some ancient trees in or something along those lines. But I think this is looking pretty good. So let's just go ahead and we will... Can't see anything. Alright. This is kind of looking like a good spot here. We've got some rocks here. Could remove those rocks. And then I would want the entry to be over here. something like this. I think that could work. So let's clear this out real quick. Actually, I guess I could do that. Something like that. Okay. That's looking pretty good. Alright, so we'll need... How do I get the scale on this correct? So... let's count this. So the frame was 6 meters plus, let's call that 1.5. We'll just round up to 8 meters. So if we're looking at our building, it looks like each floor should be 8 plus 1 on the top, maybe 3 on the bottom. So roughly 12 meters tall for each floor. How's the width? It's I think it's 4 meters wide. Those metal beams are 2 meters, right? I think they are. Yes, they're 2 meters. Okay. So the base is 4 meters, so it's the frame itself is 4 by 8 meters. So if we look at, ooh, that's kind of difficult. So on the right side of the house, there's 2 windows with the setup that we have, and on the left there is the 4 by 8, and it looks like it's got a 2 by 8 on each side with no crossbar in between. That could be tricky. I guess let's start off with the base. So we'll go let's do a paved road. I guess I should probably let's okay, so we'll start with that. Alright, I think this is looking pretty good. Got a nice little hobbled look leading up to the building. We can go kill a skeleton real quick. Or not, we'll just execute it. Alright, so for the steps are roughly, I want to say 3 meters high. There's 6 steps, so let's see what we've got for heavy build. I almost want to take the Groston medium arch and lay it on its side for that rounded. Let's try it with this one instead. Alright, so Groston medium arch. Let's try that again. We'll get it right there. So I messed that up. Let's do that, and then we will rotate here. Okay, so I think that's kind of what I want, actually. The only difference is I want to set it up. I'll have to do, let's do a 1 meter. Yeah, we'll set it up here. Although the first one was below, so we'll go start it at 1 meter. We'll take a door and lay it down on its side, and we'll reset this, snap it to the door, And that is going to be our first anchor point, I think. So we'll have that. We're going to go... Wait, do I want to go... I want to go one more, I want to say. One more tick down. This is going to need to be... Oh yeah, that'll do it. Alright, let's... Okay, perfect. We've got that. We're going to need a little bit of offset, but I want to do... Let's try that and see how that goes. We've got our crust in here. Okay, let's use the right modifier. Alright, I think that'll do it. Just need... Okay, there we go. Now we'll take... This is difficult getting the right angle on this. Alright, let's do... something like that. Oh, it's garbage. Alright. Okay, how do I want to do this? So... I guess I'll start with the post this time. Let's roll with... I could do that. Alright. If I take one of these, and then I... What is that? 3 meters roughly? Let's go... 2 meters. 1 meter. Maybe 2 meters is the right call. We'll go with... No, we'll just do... We'll do 2.5. I think that's better. And then we'll take the... That one is way too short. Alright, we'll use the large diverger pole. We'll flip it. And snap it. Hey, thanks, thanks, Tiny. 1090. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to this. This is definitely gonna be a challenge. The last one that I did was a little. It was a little simpler, so I wasn't as challenged. But this one is definitely gonna be. It's gonna test what I can manage. So appreciate it. How are you doing today? So I think this will work pretty well. That's good enough for now. And then I think what we're going to do is we're going to have to, as much as I don't want to do it this way, I think we'll do, I have to stand down. All right, let's go. We're going to have to individually place these. We'll go something like that. Is 6 wide. I'm actually going to have to move this over a bit. Let's do... I think we're going to have to bump this over just a little bit, so I'm going to put a 2 meter here. Alright, that'll do it, and that'll give us a little more wiggle room. No, I'm going to bump it over 1 meter from there. Otherwise, I think it'll be a little too broad. Just start looking weird, so we'll do that. We're going to stick... That was 1 meter over, so it'll be total of 6. That should be parallel. I guess my first question should be, how high do we need to go? It looks like on the sides there, that's roughly, I want to say 3 meters? Or at least 2 widths of this. So I'm going to take this, lay it down. Try that again. Alright, so if we're doing... That is not straight. Let's try this one more time. Alright, so that's our goal. Alright. We're going to have to improvise a little bit with the step count, but other than that, it is definitely doable to get it that steep. So let's start with this. Right, that is looking pretty good. I'm gonna need to bring another layer in front though. Alright. We'll I will go like that, which, okay, we can get up those steps. Then we're going to stick one more in here. like that. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's... Oh. Alright, as long as we can sprint up it, I'll pass it. So we've got one, or two layers rather. Okay, looking good there. Okay. Alright, another thing I'm gonna have to do is put something to place against. So let's snap that on the top here. And I think there. That should be good. Go back to this. And we're gonna be snapping this back corner. Alright. It has to be the front corner, otherwise it'll have gaps in the front, so we'll have to make do with this, even though it's going to be a little bit weird. I want to do it just so there's a few irregularities in here, so it doesn't look as structured. Okay, that'll work. And then I think I'm also going to... I want to throw something down here. Offset this a little bit so it doesn't look too... uniform, because we want to make it look like this is handcrafted. That still works. I just need to stick one on this end. Beautiful. Alright, I think we just need... let's do one more layer. And then we should be good to start on the foundation. Alright, looking beautiful. We've got our steps constructed. And now we're going to be needing... Honestly, this is not where it needs to be. So I think what I'm going to do is, as much as it hurts, I have to get rid of this top portion. Okay. So I'm going to set up, let's do that 26. Let's do a 26 here. No, maybe I needed more. I'm gonna add a meter on top of this. Okay. Get rid of that one, and that one. I'm gonna circle this with stone so that we can cover up that banding. All right. So we've got those. Let's take the core wood on this. We'll take it. Let's go ahead and do what? That's 3 pieces, probably each a meter in between. So we'll go ahead and do 2 of them. Something like that should work. There's not too much at the top, so I don't have to worry about offset here. We'll take it something like that. Alright, that should do it. That'll also give us a little more room to make it look the way we want with the steps. Put a little more distinction than it was. Now that part is going to be tricky, because I don't know how we're going to get 2 meters in between. You know, this might be time for the round log here. We can get this thing stood up straight. Tricky. Alright. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take the 1 meter, anchor it, top and bottom. Not pretty, but it'll work. We'll do 1 there. Do 1 there. We'll do 1 here. And then we'll figure something out for the rest of that once we get a little further along, just so I can get something put down. good. Alright. That ought to do it there. Now I'm going to have to delete this. I get that center post. Doesn't look like it. Alright. Go ahead and keep placing stone. We'll place it right along this. Now we've got some heavy, some stone. We need to make sure that more than anything, we have to make it all seamless. So I want to set it back far enough that these steps look distinct, but close enough that it's not, doesn't have any gaps. Alright, so that's still pretty smooth. Go ahead and start one here. Okay. Wondering if maybe I should. I want to try to make these a little more distinct, but I don't know what exactly I should be using for that. I could use beams or the arch, but the arch wasn't working very well. I'm just not seeing anything that'll work very well. So, I guess we'll just keep going. Actually, what I could do for a little bit of texture is we could go ahead and go into plan build and make the is it well, I'm not sure where it's at. I know you used to be able to change what the health setting is on here, but I'm not seeing it, so I guess we'll go without. I was thinking if we make them appear more aged, it could add a little more texture between layers, but I think that won't happen, so something like that then. Alright. I just need to get it a little further along, and then I think it's probably 3 more tiers. Really need to pull it back in though, because this is getting a little out of hand. Alright. We'll start from the left this time. Alright, we'll have to put a couple pieces down here for support. We'll start like that. That should give us a better base to build off of. Alright, that'll work. I think we actually could just do, yeah, about two more. Two more and we're good here. This will be the last one. Alright. That's looking passable. Nothing to write home about, but it will work. Alright, so now what we're going to plan on is we need to get... First we'll take out these wood pieces. Alright, so we've got... I'm actually going to fix this first. But from what I can see, it looks like it does have a wood top on there. So we're going to be planning... It's hideous. Okay, that's a little better. Not beautiful, but it'll work. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is... What does the top of this look like? That'll work. We're going to take... something like that. To bring this back in line with what we need. Alright, that's flat enough that it won't look terrible once we start building everything else. But now we can start using stone floor, which will make it a lot easier to build off of. So, it looks like we've got... I really don't like the perspective on this, but it looks like we've got something like... I think I'll duplicate the right side to begin with. So, the window that we just constructed earlier was a... what, it was a 4x8? So that means we're going to need 8 meters plus... looks like 1 on each side, give or take. So about 10. We've got the offset. Let's go ahead and do 14 meters and plan on that. So we'll go with this. And that'll be 14 meters on the outside because we're planning on the supports right now. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2 more. Actually, I think we'll do a full 16 because I can't see if that porch wraps around, but I think I'm going to plan on it anyways. So then we'll take the heavy diverger pole and lay it down. And something like that looks good. Yeah, that should work. So we'll just lay it right over the top of this other one. Alright. So that'll get us pretty far. Where were those feasts at? Oh, they're just right over there. Let's go ahead. Alright, here's our feast. Alright, now. I didn't mark this on the map, so I should probably get this marked, but let's go ahead and we'll throw down a 2 here. Alright. So I think what we're going to need to do here is I'm going to... Okay. That looks a little bit better. Okay, perfect. So that is our porch off to the side there. I could have probably taken that angle a little bit sharper, but honestly, I'm not even sure how I'm going to do the front of this, so I'll just leave it as is. And let's go ahead and start putting these puppies in. Okay, we need a little more support here. Let's go ahead and just throw down something like that. This last one might break. Last two, okay, that's fine. Alright, now I'm going to clear all that out. Alright, that should keep us out of the mud. That'll work. Alright, yeah, that's fine. I'll just delete that. We'll probably have to wrap that in the Dverger metal, or rather, the Dverger wood as well. There we go. That'll get rid of that plant. Okay, so that looks good. I like where most of this is. Getting the wood down in the front might be a little bit difficult, but it should be manageable at least. And then it looks like we're doing a similar distance on the other side. So, let's see, how do we do this again? Alright. Let's grab that. Lay it flat. Then one, two, I think I did 4. 5, okay. 3, 4, and will that one hold? Yes, what a miracle. Alright. That. Let's also alright, that's looking pretty good so far. We'll start laying down our stone again, see if we can get this rest of this lined up. That's not poking out the other side. Good. Alright. We'll need that one more wide. Now, that's looking good. I think what we're gonna have to do next is we could get the railing in, or we could lay the floor. I think we'll go ahead and throw down the railing, which should be interesting. It looks like we're gonna have we'll throw up the diverter again, but we'll have to flip this one over. Snap from the top, and then I want to offset kids these days, man. All right. Yes, I want to offset just a little bit, something like that. That actually looks pretty good. Although I want to center it a little better. Beautiful. All right. Let's do the same thing on this side. Alright, that looks good. Now it looks like we've got, I don't actually see any more posts coming out the top. So what I think I'll do is I'm just going to, I think I'll do it every 8 meters here. Because I think that's probably going to look best. I'm very concerned about those pillars right in the front. If I could sit them back against the house, which I think is probably going to look the best. But might just have to see how that pans out and wing it a little bit. So here we've got, this is a massive cabin. I don't know how anybody would normally live in this, but you know, that's what you get for AI, I guess. Alright, so we've got, need to get something a little too far. We're gonna have to do the door trick. Let's throw one here. My door. There's the door. Then we'll take Alright, perfect. Get rid of this now. Close the door. That is pretty smooth. Alright, so we'll do the same thing on the other side. Right about there. Grab the door. That is definitely not what we wanted. There we go. That is set back quite a bit. I think we're gonna set this right next to it. There we go. Alright, and that should be right about what we need. So next we'll do... What is the distance here? We got... 2 meters is definitely too far. I really need to make a 1.5 meter stick. Let's take the door. There we go. We'll stick a 1 meter on the bottom of that just to extend it just a little bit. And I'm going to do one more door. Very good. Alright, looking good. Unless I just snap that to the bottom of the... Yes, I did. Alright. That'll be it there. Snap it on the bottom of that. Alright, and that will be... I'm actually going to add this one. The snap point. There. There. I don't need that centerpiece, I just need everything else, and then we'll just call this 5 meter. We'll just do that. Alright, so now I've got a 1.5 meter stick I can use whenever. Here it is. And then we'll go ahead and actually gonna drop it. Can't get the snap point on top. Alright, that's fine. So we'll... There we go. That looks pretty good. And then take the 4 meter. That'll work. Alright. We've got 8 meters, and then we're going to want... I'm going to do this on both sides, and then we'll go ahead and do the other two all at once. Should be snapping there. Good. I kind of want to do is I want to looks like they've got that looks like about 1 meter, so I will want to see if this makes a difference first. I think if I snap it there, it won't poke out quite as much. No, that's about the same. That's too bad. Well, it'll work. We'll go ahead and do that. Do what about there? That doesn't look too bad. Seen better, I've done better, but it's passable. Alright, now we're going to take the burger pole, flip it over. I think we just, yeah, we're gonna need probably 1 meter up from there. I almost want to stick a door on the top anchor point of that. Yeah, I think that'll do it. Door on top. And then we'll take this, that top anchor point. That's looking good. That's looking good. Alright. Now we're in business. We've got 2 more of these 4-meter core wood to lay out. Okay, I'm gonna take this and we'll just snap that right there. That's better. I don't know how they're poking out the top. Alright. Then we'll take the 1.5 up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Try that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's better. Do the same over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looking good. Might have to throw another, maybe a plank or something like that on the top of this to cover up that weird. This one I want to just redo, honestly. There we go. I'm gonna make sure none of these are too off. I think most of these are pretty good. Alright. One, 2, looking good. And there's, that one's not okay. That one, take 2 fire. Get that right there though. Okay, that's looking better. Those are good. We need 1 more here. Alright. Alright, not looking too bad. That'll work. So then I will need get the grab door. That'll work. Okay, now we're looking at something pretty decent. So we've got that all going. Let's fix the railing there. It doesn't look like there's a ton on the top, but it almost looks like they have little knobs on them. Not sure what we could use for that, aside from stone. Ooh, that's actually kind of like that. Yeah, we'll go for that. Yeah, it's kind of nice. All right. Yeah, all right, I like that. I kind of want to just widen this out just a little bit. I'm gonna shift it up just a touch. All right, I think that'll work. Let's do the same on the other side. I want to bump it up just a touch. Goal is to hide as much of that other nonsense as possible. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. That's problematic, though. We might have to redo that one. This one at. Okay, so both of these are a little too far out. It's too high. That's looking a lot more promising right there. Yes, that's good. Alright, we are looking pretty solid on here. Got our green pots to set up the little banister look. And I think everything else is looking pretty solid. Alright. I think it's time to go ahead and start the foundation. So let's go... Let's reset this first. Alright. Not great. Actually, not great at all. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna have to get a consistent measure. So let's go ahead and do something like that. This one will be a little more difficult, but alright, that'll work. Now that we've got that little bit of difference addressed, we can just lay it down like regular tiling. Maybe. Alright. I want that coming through the floor. Alright. Last thing I need is a troll rolling up on me. That would be a problem and a half. There we go. Let's take, once we take this pine out, it should be pretty square. Alright. Almost there on this one. I'll have a solid foundation. At that point, I think go ahead and refresh buffs, get rested again, and we'll get started. Alright. Grab some water. Not too good at drinking. Apologies for that. Eating is one of my special skills, but drinking is not, unfortunately. Alright. So, what am I looking at? We got 2 windows, 3 meters up, is what I was saying. The door, gonna be a big door. I almost think that's gonna have to be an Ashlands fortress door. Not seeing it. There we go. Actually, I think the scale on this is pretty much perfect. So if we something like that could work. Kind of interesting, but yeah, so we won't have a functional front door, which is kind of unfortunate, but I think it'll work. That's the arch. I have something a little more. Well, want to do this. You know what, I'm gonna go ahead and fill out the arch like this. And then, yeah, that'll work. Kind of want, that's actually pretty flush, so we'll do that. We've got the width of these is close enough to what it is on the door. We are going to need something like some kind of ornamentation on the door. Do that. Do the demister. Let's try like that maybe. I'll have to set a little bit around it. Pots are always a good tool. That wreath is way smaller than I expected. Um, Alright, I'm not seeing much of anything that we could use unless we take something like a small Groston arch and then weave it. That doesn't look like it would be anything to write home about, so maybe. Make sure nobody tries sneaking up on me. Alright, we could try taking the... Where's the thing at? We've got a wolf adornment. I think if anything, that's actually way bigger than I expected. And doesn't scale. Alright, well we'll put this off for now. Well, let's get started on the front portion. So it looks like there's, let's call it 2 meters on either side. Obviously we're going to be using the core wood here. That almost feels wrong. Is there any Verger wood that doesn't have the banding? That's got creep on it. Okay. Verger wood beam. Man, if I had remembered that this existed, this would have made the whole thing a lot easier. Well, that's fine. It'll buff out. However, I think that for this portion here, I think that it's going to have to be, so there we go. I think it's going to have to be something a little closer to this. I guess let's start with a wood frame. Like that. Okay, so that's a little bit too tall. But if we take like this, and then maybe offset it a little bit, or ooh, that's perfect actually. Let's Alright, so now if we do something like this, that will give us, that's right about here. Let's go just a little bit lower. Alright, that's looking beautiful. Then we'll just need to set in some kind of an arch. I'm not really sure how to do that. That'll work for now. And let's take the really only need like a meter on this side. Here, just take the regular poles. Although honestly, if I'm doing this poles, I may as well just do the core wood. This is tricky. I did something like this. This could actually work. Just do something like that. Beautiful. Alright, I think that'll work. It's not perfect, but it will get the job done. And then we'll take sconces. Actually, they've got the diverger lantern set up, don't they? That's actually kind of cool. Very interesting. Is there anything else? This one will actually stick out a little. Alright. We'll bump this up just a little bit. And I'll take some ash wood. Turn it just a touch. That'll work. There we go. That one on the left is what I want this to look like. Very close. Alright, that will definitely work. I don't know what to do for that one yet, but everything else is looking pretty solid. Let's put some shutters around. Good. Looking good as well. Okay, we've got the door ready. Now it looks like we've got some, I'm not really sure where those, well, I guess on the right side it looks like that's coming out the front. So, I'm going to take a little bit of artistic liberties here, and I think we'll just have to, it's got the crane, okay. There's our regular wood beam. So I kind of want to make this those cross braces are going to be pretty tricky. Actually, I have to check. I think this door might be too small, which I did not think was going to be the case. But let's take a look at this. Yeah, so these are some big windows. So in that case, we might just be custom building the door as well. Although it does look like the 4 meter base is still accurate. But I don't know how to get this window to not look weird. I could make the higher one the only one that's full size. Shrink the other one down, move that cross brace up, shorten it to about 2. See what we can do with this first. So if I take this, build it on that. Alright, so if I take that off, I'm almost going to need to narrow it, and I'm not sure how to do that. Let's go. Let's start by doing that. Take. We'll take a door here. Alright, I think that'll probably. Oh. Let's see what we got for metal. So I think that's probably acceptable. It's definitely not straight though. Let's try fixing that a little bit. There we go. Yes, that will work. Far from perfect, but I think that it looks close enough that this should be alright. That is significantly smaller, but that does fit the window. So we'll go with that. Make sure there's nothing sticking out. Okay. Yeah, so I think that'll work. And then I also want to take. I kind of like the left side a little bit better. With how that's put together. It could be tricky, but I want to give it a try first. So let's go ahead and honestly, I could maybe even just make it one window. So let's see. Here's the frame, wood only. And then I just want to bring it down 2 more meters. so that'll work. Yeah, that should do it. Alright. Now let's go ahead and add this. Snap points. Oh my. That's not gonna work. Let's try it again. Let's go. Two metal beams. And we now that I think about it, we're snapping that to the bottom of this with, was it three decorative windows. That should do it. I think it was rotated one take off. Something like that would be better. Yeah, it's looking good. Alright. Alright, that'll work. Now, put some snap points down. Right there. We'll add all of that. Remove these two beams, and I think that should work. This will be window all. Alright. Now that we've got this ready, I think what we're going to have to do is we'll try to expand it, see if we can make one of those, like on the left side there where it is. I've got those additional little side windows. I think that'll be cool, but I'm not quite sure how to do that. So we've got, I'll have to pull this over. I guess that is a little bit tricky. We should be able to eyeball it though. They're really just 2 meters up. Okay, yeah, we'll just do that. Alright, so we've got that. Going to need, can only guess that our best bet will be that. Certainly a lot cleaner than the big window, so I don't have any complaints. Alright, yes, that will work. How to do the wood portion of it, I'm not sure. Let's go ahead, take some ash wood, frame out the bottom of this window. Okay, it looks good on the other side. Interesting. Okay. I'll spin it around. And I think once we've got these down, this should hopefully fix our scale issues on main project. Alright, that's looking good. Is there anything I can do for a curve? Still no. Okay. Hold up. No way, right? Start this. No, there's no way. Alright, that's fine. But none of the furniture is gonna work. Won't let me scale. That's too bad. Well, don't think we're gonna get that arch any better unless it's work. Well, I just put in a lot of effort to fix something I didn't really need to, but that's too bad. That's alright. This arch piece, it's not exactly what I was hoping for. It kind of works. Let's do this side. Alright, I think that works. I'm going to take out this dark wood here because it is not really fitting with everything. It's far from perfect, but I think that this should at least help us hit roughly where we want to be. Alright. Same as before, we'll just put 2 snap points on each side. Then I think we'll call her good. Alright, that's looking good. Let's deselect our 2 center posts and add this as, let's go window beaked polar triple. Alright. Now let's see if this helps us out any. So we're gonna need, on the corner, I think we'll have to take some I'll have to do that. that will work as well. And alright, so that should do, yeah, that'll do it for us. And then we're just gonna need to get this window set up. So we have, if we set up a triple wide down on the ground where we can see everything. You know, 3 meters, I think. It's not bad. Then we can just add maybe a little bit of wood on top, and that should be okay. Although I didn't think about this, this frost in here. That could be an issue. Pretty solid issue. Alright, let's remove that and go with the smaller window. And yes, that will work for us. We just need to set it back a little bit. If I pull up this picture again, yeah, bottom floor has horizontal beams, which is going to be kind of an issue. But let's take that out. We'll put in, where is it? Orbital. Yeah, so we'll do the, here we go, the small diverged wood wall. Got that. Just need to offset it a tiny bit just to hide that. Good. Alright. And then I'm kind of tempted to just try to set this up. That's a little bit too high. That Groston is really an issue, though. I was hoping we could hide that. Maybe if I pull it in just a little bit. Picture good. That's about it. Alright, hold on. I gotta pull this picture up again. Alright. Okay, so we are looking at, there's not really any support pillars in between. So I don't know how I'm gonna hide it like that. Unless we, let's take that out. I think I'm gonna have to bring this wood forward a little bit more. You can't see it on the other side of the pillar, but I'm honestly not sure if I hate it. I think I'm going to... No, I don't like it. Okay, let's try this again and set it back just a tiny bit more. That'll work. Alright. You know what? I'm gonna kind of cheat it, I think. So let's go ahead and do burger wood beam here. We'll have to keep with the smaller one, I think. Oh no. Okay. Let's remove that until we have the base ready. So okay, yes, that is relatively seamless. And then we'll just set it in here. And I think once we have this set down, I ought to do it. That's actually really good. Okay. And then we'll do the same on the back side. Oh. We'll have to do same thing over here. Alright, so I think we'll just do this. I'll probably put some kind of actual wall up on the inside. Cover that up. Let's take what we've got for now. And then I want to set this back just a touch. See if we can just line up just right. Alright, and then we'll put that in. I think we're in business. So now we've got that. We need to get just a little more wood there. And then we'll throw down another diverter pillar. Well, that is definitely not what we want. Let's try this one more time. Alright. Moving it in. This is just not going the way I need it to. Let's try one from the backside. Okay, close. That'll work. I would just have to back in. Alright, now we've got makings of the bottom floor. So now we'll just clip that in. Go for that one as well. That looks good. I just need to, looks like, take it up another 2 meters. Just got our beams here. And stack them. There we go. That is looking quite a bit better. So now we need to run some wood into there. Now the problem is with us using diverter, it might be a little bit tricky to hide this banding on here. Particularly going into there. Could maybe do something like this that just frames the whole window, but I'm not sure if that's the right plan. I would love if I could strip some of this stuff out and make my own assets, but I am definitely not anywhere near that skilled. Alright. Well, that's definitely not gonna work. That is hideous. Yeah, I'm not sure how to handle this. Go ahead and try something like this. Lift it back just a touch. Can't quite get there. Let's Let's build out the back half of the wall. Have to sneak that a little bit. Oh, it's just a tiny cheap fire. Let's just go right about there. That should perfect. Yep, so that'll hide everything, and then we just need. We'll just have to stick the beam in front of that. So now that we've got this working, right, that should give us something to build off of. We'll have to go off of the front one here. Let's give it a go. Yeah, I think that'll work. See if we can get this bottom one. There. So with that, I think all we need is maybe take an ashwood arched wall. Just top inner. I should be able to just stick that right there on the edge. There we go. Not perfect, but it at least doesn't let any light through. That should be enough for now. Alright, and then on the back side we'll do the same. Right there. Alright, that's looking good. Now I need to pretty far out. Let's go ahead and pull out the last layer of the river wall. The idea of doing this on the other side as well is certainly not super pleasant. I think that we're finally where we need to be on this wall. So now I'm just going to take these, That's looking good. Then I want to try to somehow get that on. Alright, I guess I can either get it looking good on the front or the back, so I'm going to choose the front. Get it here. Try that without this other one in there. That's what we're looking for. Alright. Alright, so we've got the front done. I don't know what to do for the back here. But honestly, I'm thinking about doing some kind of paneling here. So let's go ahead and do ashwood. Yeah, we'll do some ashwood paneling in here then. Gotta get a little better light though. Alright, so honestly, I think maybe I don't. Maybe I take off this this last layer here. Put the paneling in. Let's try that out. Just regular plain old wood walls. Not looking right. How about that? That's looking a little better. Oh, we've got something. We'll have to put some, we'll put some little ledge across there. And then I think that putting this regular one on the inside is the way to go. Now we have to start from the top. This turned out to be quite a project with all these custom parts. Good. That's looking okay. Now we just need Oh, that's the right idea at least. Let's go ahead and build a doorway in here. Take. Two meters up looks good. Right on the corner. Another. You go 1 meter out. I'm actually going to bring it forward a little bit. That is, let's see, perpendicular is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Off by 1. There we go. That's better. All right. That's not going to work. Alright, that. Alright, that's square. Alright. Now that that's looking a little bit better, let's see what else we can do here. Two. These in. Looking good. That's looking good. Alright, all that's looking pretty solid. I do want to take that diverter wall again. Do here. I kind of want to. Yeah, that'll work if I just make it back just a little bit. That should. Yeah, that's good enough. Alright. So next I'm going to take. I don't want to hide this portion of it. I'm tempted to just take something that will fit a little better with the stone. I think that's good enough. Now let's go get a little more food. Alright, well, I've rested buff while we're at it, I guess. Alright, we got arrested. Let's head back out there. Okay. So. There we go. Okay, now that we got that straightened out, let's take this burger wall again. Alright, that'll work. Yeah. Well, the problem is I really don't want to do this on the other side. So I might just duplicate it. So that I don't have to go through all that pain again. Alright, let's go for it. We'll take there and there. I think that's all I really need. Alright, so we've got all of that. Definitely don't want to include this or this. Stone. Then we'll add these in. Alright, I think that's looking good. And that should allow us to just snap pillars so that we can hopefully avoid having to do this again. Alright. So, see how it goes. Alright, I am pretty happy with that. Definitely not perfect, but it looks uniform. And honestly, I don't think it looks too bad. Alright. Now let's figure out this doorway. I think, or do we even run this on the inside? I attempted not to. Like that. But we'll have to take it in just a little bit. goal here is just to get it as close as possible without actually. It needs to be a little steeper. There we go. Alright, so we're trying to get this as close as possible so that I can hopefully just do this the other way. We'll take try this again. You've got alright, now we'll switch our point back up. And that should do it right there. Okay. Pretty good. Just want to get the alignment a little better on this side. There we are. Alright. Finish that up the wall. Alright. That's doable. Passable. So now we'll take that is how I want to do it. That'll work, I think. We'll take the meters on top. Alright. Been pretty good for that right now. The other thing we want to do right now is let's go ahead and throw down some ashwood floor, as it was looking like this is. Looks like it's got a little bit. I'm not sure if that's ashwood or if that's a. Oops. Where did I deleted? Alright. We've got ashwood. think that looks about the right color, so we'll take this instead. Good, nothing's bleeding over on the outside. That looks like a disaster. I'm not sure how to fix that though. You know, it's... that's alright. Ooh. There's not turned the right way. That's better. Alright. That's looking good. Alright. Now the question is what to do the rest of this. I'm still sneaking, alright. So... that roof is certainly going to be interesting. Alright, let's guess let's get these pillars figured out. It looks like they are separate from everything else, which makes me want to make these huge. Let's come out here, go with a alright. So we're going to be taking these pillars. Well, I think for clarity, I think I'll need to use the other and just stand it up. Alright, so we'll take 2 meter, 2. There we go. Alright, so we've got kind of what we need. So we'll take this. Let's stand it up. Well, this is certainly too hot. How do I do this? Alright, so this. That's looking passable. You're up. Leave one there. One there. And there, and there. Rotate. Oh, that's not what was supposed to happen. Alright. Try this again. Alright, so now we've got this. We're gonna have to turn it 1, 2, 3, 4. That one. And 4. Alright, I think that's about as good as we're gonna do for a round pillar. And then I just want to put probably about as good as we're gonna do in terms of placement. So let's go ahead and add a center point mark. Get it right there in the center. Snap point right on top of it. Then I'll have to alright. Let's drop down on the ground. Get underneath all this. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can get that camera just right. So if I had planned my position a little better, this would have been easier, but I think... I think this will work, so let's go ahead and throw a snap. Right there. Looking beautiful. That. That. Nope. Alright, let's just do that. With these. Alright, and then we'll add that. This will be... Alright. So now that we've got this, we're looking at this. That's problematic. Let's go ahead and take the metal crop. About right. It is looking not too shabby. How do we get the wood to bend like that? That is the real question. So, not those. We'll have go. Is that about right? I think it's pretty close to the back. I think I'll take that. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Six, 7. Okay, so this is where it's gonna be. And just to make sure we don't start losing stuff, let's anchor that. Okay, that's looking good. Now do that. Alright, that's good. Go ahead and put that one there. It's good. Drop this down real quick. Alright, that's looking pretty solid. Time to go pick up rested buff again. And then I'm gonna grab a drink. Alright. We're looking pretty solid here. So now it looks like what we're doing is we've got something crossed and adjacent. Something like out a little bit, so something like that. Another one on the other side. Not digging the Groston though. I think it's gonna have to be something like this. That is dead. Alright. I think that'll work. So we've got that. Go ahead and this is not working that way. Let's just go ahead. There we go. Alright, that's looking good. Definitely not it. There we go. Not actually seeing anything amiss with that, so I'll just leave it. This one. Alright. So now we've got those looking beautiful. We're gonna need something similar in the center side. Let's go ahead. Do this. Got this one. Let's go. Like that. Where's my snap point in here? There it is. Alright, that is looking good. These ones we want to bring forward. Take it. Alright. I think that looks pretty solid. I almost want to take it just like another. I mean, just one more tick. Let's get rid of that one. Alright, now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Five. Alright, got that. 2, 8. It should give us what we're looking for here. 2, 5. That is one tick. Or 2, 5. All right. That's looking pretty solid. Maybe not. Let's bring this in one more time. Alright, I think that'll do it. Okay, now what we are going to need is we need to run. This is quite an interesting look, but we'll run this super beam here. Or just we'll just need something like this. And we'll take it out maybe take a 2 meter. And that I think is where the center. Actually, to be uniform, I'm gonna want this. Good, we're snapped on there. Then from square we'll go 1, 2, 3. I think 3 is good. Alright. Go to square again. Square, then 2, 3. That is where our center is going to be. I almost want to take it a door more. Alright, so that should be where our center is. I think that'll look pretty good. So we'll take this. Right. Good. I think that'll work. And it is touching, so we're looking pretty good. I might run off the metal bar there just for stability. But other than that, it's looking good there. And then let's spin this puppy around. There's 1. 2, looks good. 3. That one's also looking good. Although I'll have to take that up. Those ones are 1 notch too low, it looks like. Let's go ahead and take these out. Close our doors. Take that. good. Now it's not at the same angle, but honestly, I am not all that worried. I kind of like that one more out. These look like it's sitting on top. Although the only issue here is that it's doing that on the other side. I should be touching. There we go. Let's put that back at 4. Control's getting anywhere near this. Alright. This was good. Let's definitely run some Flametal to that for stability. Got a couple of the beams to replace, but 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. 1, 3 off the square. Door. Alright. Now we take definitely not quite right. Let's see. I think that's looking pretty good. There we go. Looking still not. Let's try this again. Okay, so I do need to add an additional 4. Alright, that'll do it. Alright, that's looking. Now we'll just go ahead and take these doors. This one off the bottom. Alright, so that should be our rafters. Put in some metal here at the top. Alright, so that's all looking good. Now, need to grab the red, put those diverter beams, and gonna be right off by a couple ticks. Those are looking good. Those are all looking pretty good. Alright, now all that's left gonna be there. That one there. Okay, perfect. Now we've got all the rafters going for what we're looking for. So now comes the fun part. We've got, let's see, out here. That is some interesting roof, though, that's for sure. Alright, let's take our, so those pre-made roofs. Alright, we got 26 with support. Alright, so we've got that, and then go into, yeah, that's not bad. Okay, that's looking good. We'll figure out the rest of these supports later, but that should give us enough to get the balcony kind of going here. I don't know how it wraps around. No doors either. And this is something else. I guess we'll just do the same thing on the other side. That's basically lined up. It comes out. A meter. 26. How did I even set this thing up? Not too far off. Alright, that's good. It's looking fantastic. Throw these 45s in. All right. Looking good. Alright. Let's see. I think at this point, I almost need to make it a little steeper. Could have pretty disastrous consequences later on, but honestly, the roof is sloped in kind of a weird way, so we'll go with it. It looks like it goes up one tick. We'll take it up one more. Oh man, getting these other windows in the sides are gonna be pretty painful. So we'll figure it out. Alright, and then on this last one, to get this. Set the snap point to the top one, just for a little clarity. All right. That'll work. Get one here. Good. Pick it up one more. I'll go ahead and down two. All right. There's looking solid. Now I just want to run some All right, now we've got 45. Alright, looks like these are doing okay. Some build though. Alright. Honestly, looks like there is wood trim along the underside of this. Before I get distracted on that, let's how do we handle this? I think for this portion, not sure how to bend this. Let's go ahead and take it over here. And then I think I'll have to build it up just a touch. Build out. Gonna go wide. I'll have to go out. That is. there. That okay, so we'll have to stand up from here. I think just 1 meter should do it. That is a big beam. Oh. That's not even. Alright, let's just take those two out. Right, and that would be because I didn't straighten this out. Really need to solve this beam size issue. Do we have any shorter beams? It's pretty difficult to get something like this, but potentially doable. Stakes are too small. That might be the play. Only we had a diverger wooden beam that was less than, what is that, 6 meters, 8 meters? Alright. Do that. Never mind. Alright. Alright, so this might work. Now we just have to put so that should give us an anchor point. good. So, yeah. Go ahead and go over here. Anything else? Like we're still holding strong. Beautiful. Alright, so the goal here is going to be set up. That looks pretty decent. Gonna be a little tricky, but I think that should do it. Problematic. Okay, so let's go ahead and I think we'll have to take that, delete that point marker reference. I suppose that'll work. And for the center point marker, right there. All right. So now, snap point marker. Snap point marker. There. Snap point. All right. Was work. All right. Now. All right. So go ahead and grab that now. Hopefully this will help us get our hopefully this will help us get this straightened out. Not sure if there's a way to get that banding off there reasonable for where we're at, but should at least get us around looking. Try that again. It is something. Well, suppose it could be worse. Not by much, but it is something, I guess. I'll just extend that a little bit. Alright, that'll have to work. So, now that we've got that going, I kinda just want to stick this into the side of there. Good. Fix that flooring. Alright, that's looking good. It is some house. Alright, well, got... I'm realizing these pillars are slightly too tall. Well, too late now. I butchered at this point. Mighty thin. And then I take big window here. That one I want to lift up, get back, and up about a meter or two. Something like that. Alright, well that is window. Alright, I think that's pretty good progress for today. Real problem, it's just this pillar over here. everything touching these pillars. It's just too high. I'm not sure what to do about that. It needs to come down. At 3.5 meters. Alright, let's do here. Take all of it and then snap. That might work. Let's go for it. Alright. We'll take snap point marker right there and just snap it here. Should be pretty okay. And just have to a whole lot, I guess. Okay, it's looking good. We got our window. It's going to be our snap point. Honestly, it's hard to think it wouldn't be easier. Oh, before I finish that thought, let's get some food. All right. Now, kinda need. I mean, really, I should just. I think it'd be faster to move things than add them. Let's okay. Got all of that. Now it's just a matter of moving everything on the bottom half. I'm going to hit that for this is looking decent. The whole thing now is going to be a lot of work. Ooh, I'm missing a piece here, which is problematic. have to. I tell if these are actually green or if they're reflecting some of that light from all these other pieces. Alright, everything there is pretty solid. Get this going out from up there. All that stuff is what. Alright, so I believe that is everything. Not really seeing. Well, let's get all this too. Don't need to do either. Okay. Now, ought to be most of it. I don't know how to get the rest of this stuff. But that should be the majority of it. Now the question is, I already know this is going to be real ugly. Let's try it. Got a snap point marker right there. Now let's make the blueprint. Oh no, you gotta be kidding. That is horrible. That's really depressing. Oh, it's just works. All right. does look significantly better. Lower half doesn't. Alright. BPM 2. Guess we'll just have to. Alright. I think I'm going to call it for the night, but I hope you all enjoyed. I will be on hopefully sometime this week, around the same time in the morning, and we'll catch y'all next time.